Hello, everyone. How y'all doing tonight? Are you ready? Are you ready for more Ace Attorney? Because I sure am. I'm very excited about more Ace Attorney. I'm very excited to see our boy Van Zykes once again. Finally, after all this time, I've missed him. I've missed him dearly. I would very much like to see him again. So let me just get this rolling here. And OBS, as usual, takes a few minutes to capture the display. There we go. All right. So, we left off ready to roll into the trial of episode 2. So let's see. Let me see if I can recall the details of this case. Because it's been a week. And my memory is like a block of Swiss cheese. So let's see. So our good friend Soseki Natsume, he's a writer who is here in England studying. He's come here abroad from Japan. We helped him with a case in the first game, and we got him off of a murder charge, and now he's been charged with a different murder. Where this man, William Shamspeare, was poisoned. And so he was blamed for that because he was in the defendant's room at some point the night he was poisoned. So he's been blamed for it. We believe that there was poison in the teacup. And it turned out that William Shamspeare did not die. While we were investigating, he stood the fuck up, turned to us, quoted Shakespeare, and then fell over again. So he might still be alive. Hopefully. At least it wouldn't be a murder charge then. Just attempted murder. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line! Good morning! Good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. But now this! Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole. Can't keep coming to court! I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh! Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, morning. So, here we are again. Yes, again. Judicial Assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires, what's the bad news? Oh dear, you heard, did you? If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say! Oh, I am sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Mr. Sato. Now, what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Barrack von Zykes! Yes! He's back, baby, he's back! He's here! He's back! Van Zykes? Ah! Oh no. Oh no, no! Oh, there he is! Oh, look at the man! Look at the man! A beautiful man. Not my type, but he is a beautiful man. Oops, I clicked by accident. What did you just say, Ryunosuke? The so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Soseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth. We managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter. After all... Yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says, nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Barrack von Zykes is the prosecutor. Oh no! That even if that person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. and we've experienced it firsthand. A man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal, right here in the Old Bailey. Ah, yeah, good old, McGilded, who got burned alive in that, what was it called? I can't remember what it's called. It's a carriage, but it had a special name. God, I can't remember what it was called. It was some sort of carriage. Do I have to put up with these ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper. Pair of petrifying perils, potentially. Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I'm innocent. You have to believe me. You more than anyone now. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear. Ooh, let's go. Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go. Oh, yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean. That's probably for the best. Oh! If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Backer von Zykes were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least, that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo. You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Well said. I swear on this sword at my side and on the spirit of Cosma that it harbors. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free. With honor. Oh, yes. Well, I already see some familiar faces in the dock. Or, in the jury, rather.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
There he is. There's the man. There he is. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. It's not just in my imagination, it's really there. Lord von Zykes has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason, only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Soseki-san's trial.
Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty?
Absolutely. I had a feeling this larrikin wasn't innocent before. I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right. Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight, or the missus will go through the roof.
Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, and lead his flock to a righteous verdict.
British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public. That the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. 6 citizens of London chosen at random. Or, at least, that's the idea. The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today.
Very well. Let us commence the trial. Lord Van Zykes, your opening statement, please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to the eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. You seem to be focusing an awful lot on his nationality there, Von Zykes. You wouldn't be a little bit racist now, would you? You wouldn't do that, right? Probably. I hope. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witnesses to the stand. Oh, the cape's coming off already, huh? The detective responsible for investigating the scene, and the accused himself. Really? We're putting Soseki on the witness stand first? Normally the prosecution keeps the defendant off the stand. Huh. Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Ah, Soseki Natsume, from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture.
Mr. Natsume.
Yes, my lord, sir.
I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken, but you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it were yesterday.
The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough. Believe me, this is the last place I want to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court.
Right you are, sir.
The incident occurred at the Garadeb household where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shamspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine. Strychnine? Hang on. Strychnine. Strychnine? Strychnine. Hang on. Pronunciation.
Strychnine.
Strychnine. Gotcha. He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door.
This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident.
Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible. Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell the tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked.
Yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased.
That's right. Everyone present believed that's exactly what he was.
Very well. I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. Now then, Mr. Natsume.
Yes! Yes!
As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture?
They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits.
Good gracious! What's haunted?
My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me! What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times.
Killed, Mr. Natsume? How?
Even on that fateful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed. But before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me.
You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume.
But it's so cold, my runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed?
Thank you, witness. I believe we have a reasonably clear picture of events.
Also, yeah, you should really turn off the fucking gas stove before you go to bed. Because, like, the thing that's suffocating you might be carbon monoxide. I'm just saying. Like, you got a bricked up window, so you have no ventilation. And if that thing goes out, brother, you're gonna get carbon monoxide poisoning. The gas will fucking kill you. Shia, hello, welcome on in. Yes, of course you're going to make my existence cursed, but I'm glad you're here. I'm always glad you're here.
Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events.
If I could raise one more point, my lord, one more conclusive point.
Conclusive? Go on.
Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal, and he has named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused.
The accused? Good grief! Order! Order!
Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Soseki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him?
Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation?
That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never! The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before.
That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine the witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection.
None whatsoever, my lord.
Good. Then you will give your account of the events on the night in question to the court now.
Yes, my lord! But yes, Van Zykes is actually here this time. I'm very excited. I'm very happy. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands.
Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward.
Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless. Presumably, though, the teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they? Why didn't I think of that? Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to.
Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's substance.
How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done? My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable? Why? It's simple enough. There was none left, not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question.
I see. Thank you. The matter is clear.
Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. He's right. I can feel all 6 jurors looking daggers at me. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't.
Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Minx, hello! Yes, Van Zykes is actually here this time. It's very exciting. Catastrophic night. Let's see, I took some tea with me as a gift. Okay, this I want to press because, presumably, Soseki also drank some tea. And if he drank some tea, that's important. Because how could the tea be poisoned if he drank the tea and he was fine? You know? So let me press this real quick. A literary debate. About Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you?
Shakespeare. Ah, very worthy topic of conversation, I must say.
Oh, yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet. Who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley.
Romeo and Juliet.
Who was stronger? I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go? Well, we both argued that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment. So we battled it out. In Greco-Roman style, naturally. What? Mr. Shakespeare had all sorts of costumes in his room for just such a contest. So, when you say reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume? He as Romeo, I as Juliet, and after a vigorous, wild tussle, I, as Juliet, came out on top. A victory I'll cherish forever.
I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage.
The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct? I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I'd heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see. It's true, there was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room. I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was.
And do you have any basis for that statement, witness?
So, let me check the court record real quick. Let's see, let's see, this is his, this is his receipt. A sum of 2 shillings, attendant receipt of the picture of Monsieur Lecoq, a meal for Gabbro, and Canterbury Yearnings. Right, we saw that in the last case he was in, the street map, which shouldn't be a big deal. Bar of soap. Right, we found this indent. have sworn there was some sort of round disc in this depression just here. Oh yeah, a reddish one. Yes, you're right. I remember it too. But now the depression is completely empty. Where could the disc have gone? That's very strange. I'm glad I checked that. Let's see. Yeah, there was a little red disc in that bar of soap. Huh. This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking. Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. I always gulp it down too. Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if you can just sip it little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea. Ah. Oh, there's no tea ring in Natsume's cup, so... Oh, so he didn't drink it, did he? This must be the cup that Mr. Shamspear was drinking from then. It's stained on the inside. Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea. Oh, really? I've never noticed before. You never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it? Oh dear, so many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture, and most of them are Japanese. Let's see, is there anything else suspicious about these? Apparently not. Let me check this print real quick. We do have this, like, spill over here, which I'm very curious about. Whatever the hell that is. Hold it! Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Which is a pity, because one drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison. And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume? Yes, definitely. By heaven and earth, I swear it. The landlord was able to verify that, as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night.
And how is the landlord able to attest this?
He, said it was the lamps, I believe.
The lamps, Inspector.
When the tenants return to their rooms and start using gas, the lamps in other parts of the house flicker. Yes, Mr. Garrideb seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants. There's only one key to Mr. Shamspear's room. I know that for certain. So he must have locked the door himself from inside his room. The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes. So I'm right. My tea was harmless, completely harmless. If you take poison, you die. Everyone knows that. It's not that simple, I'm afraid. What do you mean? Strychnine takes some time to have an effect. Hold it! How long does it take for symptoms to appear, then? According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison's consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping, and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. Seems to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. You can't deny that, and it further degrades Soseki-san's alibi. I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it.
Very well. The court will add this report to the court record as evidence.
Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. I'll take a look myself, actually. Let's see. William Shamspear, 31. Ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Or strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. The poisoning incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on the 21st of February. Assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. I'm sorry, 1:30 a.m.? And Soseki-san presumably left at 11, correct? Great. Hold a moment now. Did no one notice this? I went back to my room at around 11. Oh, hang on a moment here.
Objection!
That's not right. Mr. Natsume, you say it was 11 p.m. when you left to return to your room, correct? Yes! And Inspector Gregson, can we rely on the information in the medical report unconditionally? Of course we can. There's no problem with that report, Sunshine. Actually, I think there's a very big problem. Because there's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony. Chrono what? What are you on about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Ah. Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? Oh! I will never get over fucking Natsume's sandals. Wearing sandals in court.
The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zykes?
Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go, baby! Is he gonna drink it? Will he smash it immediately? Will he throw it into the candles? Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hollowed chalice at this luncheon. How could it have happened, you ask? I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. A phantom? Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? For example, at the time stated in the medical report. Yes, at around 1:30.
Objection!
Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor, and in Japan there is a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Objection!
And in my country there is an even more apt saying, there is nothing more refreshing than cold tea. The point is, if there's such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned, other possibilities.
What sort of possibilities, counsel?
Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor? That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it. I love this. I love how everyone who comes into the stream and sees Van Zykes is just immediately kill me, you break me, smash me like that fucking chalice, slam your leg into my spinal cord. Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition.
You suggest this may have been a suicide, counsel?
Objection!
Mr. Shamspeare has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection!
But he could be lying. The long, just like condescending silence from Van Zykes.
Something wrong, Lord Van Zykes?
I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Here comes Shamspear, right? He's here now. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Out! Out, brief candle! Life's but a walking shadow! A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Oh my god! It is a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Who, sir, are you?
William Shamspear, my lord. Alas, 'twas I, undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What's he doing here? Mabel, you are here just in time. Look who it is! Look who it is. He's here. The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. Yes, we all applaud for Van Zykes. You're calling him as a witness?
Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself.
Happy am I, Shamspear, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. But I still have my own tale to tell, my own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence and perfect English.
That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim.
Thank you, Selexa. What a beautiful clip. Here comes the boy. Hello, boy. That's Mr. Shamspear. But who's that other man beside him? Oh, it's that fucker with the massive chin. Look at him. Look at this man with the big chin. He was lurking around outside of the Natsume's apartment, or Shamspear's apartment rather. He was looking inside. He was peering in. Is that Popeye? Oh, I knew he reminded me of someone. Popeye the Sailor Man. I'm trying to remember. I need to listen to Popeye. Hang on. No, not Popeyes. I don't want chicken. I want Sailor Man. God diddly dang it. I'm going on YouTube and I'm listening to a little bit of Popeye. Hang on. Oh my god. 3-4 hours. Oh my god, that's right. The Robin Williams Popeye movie existed. I forgot that existed. Oh Christ. Let me see. I need to get some like hang on. Here we go. He's speaking here. Hang on. Let me hear him. Oh my gosh, a blowout! Okay. Put us back on Van Zykes when putting us on hold. I'm sorry. Who's that other man beside him? Yes, I feel sure that we caught a glimpse of that man before. State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses. A writer of words so sweet, they do scent the breeze. An inventor of ideas so profound, they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. Were the great bard to be recalled to life anew? Lo, what a magnificent man! Good fellows, I am he who pondered such a miracle, William Shakespeare.
Oh, the name's Meterman. Adrian B. Meterman.
Adron Meterman? Meterman? Meterman. B. Meterman. Adron? There's a pun here. There has to be a pun here. I'm certain of it. What is the pun? Adron B. Meterman. I'm missing it. I say it out loud and it's not clicking in my brain. Adron B. Meterman? His chin jiggles! Did you see the fucking chin jiggle? Oh, he works for the gas company. He's the meter man. Oh. Okay, he's just literally the meter man.
I work for the Almont Gas Company, East End branch office.
Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh, yes. She's right. It's him. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? Looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, could we have a word?
Ah!
There he goes. Goodbye. Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Garridub's house that morning. And he's a gas company employee? What does he have to do with this case?
So, Mr. William Shakespeare, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct?
Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember that sweet poison that didst cross me and cross mine innocent lips? I subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure. Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that it's me, that me's a seraph, an angel indeed. Thus be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. I despise this man. Holy shit. Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. They're actually taking the seraph anagram idea seriously?
Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions.
But, my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shakespeare doing here? The gas man, I mean.
What? Me? Well, now.
Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence. When you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question. And, moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. Jet, hey, how's it going? So it looks like he needs someone to lighten his pockets a little. Just a little bit, you know. He's got some nice shiny gems on there, but here's the thing. I'm like 90% sure they're all plastic. He's a stage man. He's a theater man, and a pretty cheap one at that. I'm willing to bet those gems are plastic. Supposedly he's too poor to even afford tea, so I'm willing to bet those aren't real gems. This young chin stroker is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman?
Hang on. No. I'm just here.
I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question.
One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken. The truth of that wintry night of my discontent. He does have an awful lot of chin to stroke, doesn't he? Holy shit. The wintry night of my discontent. The snow lay about. My neighbors did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But merry, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else.
I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on the room. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella.
I was just too busy with his hands in Van Zyke's pockets. Like I said, Van Zyke is a very hot man, but he's not my type of hot man. Venti Genshin Impact and Felix Argyle. Now those are my types of hot men. You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamspeare's room all night?
That's right. Of course, the bloke's window is all but blocked up, isn't it?
I can't do a good Popeye voice for this guy. I think I'm gonna have to abandon the Popeye voice. I'm trying, but it's like,
I'm Popeye the Sailor Man.
I can't do it. I can't get that like growl, and I can't get that low, you know?
There's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that.
Let's see. A fan of Monster Energy. Yeah. Yeah. You see, Jesus Christ, Minx has gone feral already. Although that was kind of expected, wasn't it? I'm trying. What voice did I give him like the first time I saw him? Because I gave him like a voice for like a moment last week when he showed up. He's got like a yeah, kind of a. He's definitely got a deeper kind of growly voice, you know. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered through that.
The question is, sir, why?
Well now, that's because he's on my list. What a piece of work is a man! Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment? What are you talking about? This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed, make no more ado about his tedious words.
What'd you say about me?
Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more.
Indeed, that is so.
And, as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. I don't know, this Muter Man has, got suspicious written all over his big, fat, jiggly fucking chin. I love the duality between Minx and Mabel right now. Minx is like, yes, I want him to destroy me and kill me. And Mabel's just like, I just want him to hug me. Like, just a little bit. Yes, my lord. Oh my Christ. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so gift of tea. Okay, he was poisoned. He fell on us. Nothing else. It's outside the bloke's window. Keep an eye on his room. No one else visited the... Why were you there, asshole? But the windows of that house have all been filled in. A historical artifact of the now defunct window tax. Yeah, you're right there. All bricked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom of the corner that's been opened up.
I was looking in through that gap.
Maybe I will try and keep the Popeye voice.
I was looking in through that gap.
No, it's too high.
I was looking in through that gap.
Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? For some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. But them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body. What's with all the theatricals today? Out of interest, Mr. Meaterman, after the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all?
No, he never left.
Oh, ow. Ugh. Ugh. Oh no. Did we get a bot? I was looking over and I just see first time chat deleted, banned. Were they asking if I wanted to be famous? Celexa, like just with the sniper rifle, just watching, just like a trained eye on the chat, like.
What'd you just fucking say?
Well, actually, no, it wouldn't be one eye. The thing is, Celexa has many eyes. A great many eyes. Too many eyes. Make bots go, you can be famous on my phone. Mabel! Mabel! No. No. For the love of fucking God. Another dogged contender asking about some horse wolf currently standing Van Zykes. God, when do I get my fucking... Actually, I was about to say, when do I get my fucking disgust emotes? Soon. I'm just saying, I got some sketches back. I got some sketches back today. Let's see. Actually, let me see right here. I'm not going to show the sketches because they need a few changes. Some fairly substantial changes. Actually, wait, hang on. Wait. I gotta... go away. Hang on. Let me look at the official list here, because I ordered 8. Originally it was just like, oh, you know, we're just after, you know, the, let's see. Let's see. Oh, actually, I just got some back here. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait a minute. Something's not right here. Something's missing. What's missing? Let me see. Oh, she took out the one that I said was perfect. Okay. Yeah, wait a minute. I think... Oh, yes. Wait a minute. Hang on. Okay, so I just got... She already got back to me with the updated sketches, and they look really good, actually. I am going to... Hang on. So, okay, this was actually the reason I was late to stream in the first place, was because, she sent me the first pass of sketches for the emotes, and I was like, yes, this is good. I had his hair... Raises how big I made the head. Let's see. Actually, I think this is good, probably. Hang on. I think this might actually work out well. Perfect. Hang on. I'm actually... no, I'll respond later. I'll respond later when I have time to, like, really look for it. But, the full list of emotes that are coming are... Let's see. Lost. Blind. Bug. IQ. Rage. Disgust. Dead. And lewd. So, yes, we have 8 new emotes on the way. Coming very soon. I will respond to her properly later. We'll focus on the stream for right now, but I'm very excited. We should hopefully have those, like, by next week, maybe? She works pretty quickly. And we have instant upload, which is great. What about Gasm? Not yet. Not right now. Maybe eventually. I mean... No, lewd is not, like, O-face. Lewd is more like, it's like, it's more like that. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, yeah, jeez, all right. It's more of like a, flustered, embarrassed sort of look, you know? Anyway. Yeah, the Yahegawa emote will, I'll get it eventually. You're not pure enough for that sort of emote? I am too pure for that kind of emote, alright? You know, if I gave you an Ahegawa emote, then there'd be no reason to save up 100,000 points for the Ahegawa redeem. You know? We gotta make it special. Mariana Onyx, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the hideout. I hope you're enjoying this discussion of the O-face emote. When do I get... Shh, Mabel, there will never be a donut hole redeem, okay? It's not happening. What a thing you've walked into. I hope you're having fun. Anyway, the game. Remember when I played games? Hi, Mariana. Okay, well, right, the game, yes. No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time as far as I'm concerned. And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room, and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle.
Ah, yes. Lucidly explained, Counsel. Thank you.
It really was. You can't argue with the logic. No one else visited his room. Okay. Something this guy says has got to be up, right? You say a short little round-backed Eastern fella, so you can't be sure it was the defendant then. How many other short little round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London? Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up at around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself. And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamspear drink tea together? Nah, sorry, I couldn't say. Why not? Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? But what I did see was the silhouette of that little round-backed fellow wearing a pretty dress. And then the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it. I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. The next Rogue Royale. Fucking Shamspear and Soseki, Romeo and Juliet, in a one-on-one throwdown cage match. How great it feels to have someone who only speaks English pronounce your name well. Ah, good, I'm glad. I know I've screwed up a lot of people's names. 6 more months until the next Rogue Royale. Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's probably going to be my anniversary stream. Or, well, VTuber anniversary stream. If I had done a proper anniversary stream, it would have been last month. Since that's when I technically started streaming. But I consider that kind of like the prologue. Doesn't really count. That was the practice. That was the tutorial, you know? Mr. Meaterman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question? There it is. Did you see it that time, Mabel? Did you see the chin jiggle? No question. Gasman's honor. So that's the entire testimony. Don't worry, I'm sure he'll do it plenty more times, Mabel. So what do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I can't see any obvious holes at all, to be honest. No, oh dear. Nobody else visited Mr. Shamspeare's room that night apart from Mr. Natsume. I imagine the members of the jury will all conclude the same thing. Right, that he's guilty. Well, all we can do is press these witnesses for more information and hope for a breakthrough. Yes. Distracted by me? Aww. You're just flattering me so you can get away with more of your, like, horsecock jokes, aren't you, Mabel? Oh, I'm sorry. No, you don't make the horsecock jokes. I make the horsecock jokes. You make the donut hole jokes. So that's all. You butter me up, and you're like, oh, Alistair, you're so great. You're wonderful. Marry me for like a 7th time. And then you turn around and I'm like, show me your donut hole. Show me the donut hole. Donut hole redeem? Can I see the donut hole? Show me the donut hole. Are we glazing the donut? Anyway, let's press Shamspeare a bit, shall we? To be clear, by neighbor, you are referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume. Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs. And at what time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room? Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea.
Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes.
He really is a rules card, motherfucker. And we were broiled in such literary debate as history hath not seen before. By which I presume he means their discussion about who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet. I, Shamspeare, did play the part of young Romeo, while my neighbor played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be, to bring weight upon our merry experiment.
I dare not imagine the scene.
Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had learned the Eastern art of jujitsu, but ne'er did I dream 'twould be a skill practiced by the comely maiden. Juliet beat Romeo up. This is not helping our case. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room. My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding. He's a shinobi.
Hold it!
Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. I'm just gonna let this man vibe for a minute. Look at him go. Look at it. Look at this man go. This is me. This is me when I have nothing going on. This is just what I do. I just do this. Hang on. I vogue? Does this count as voguing? Usually voguing means like art. No, I guess it's no, voguing doesn't require you to like actually stop yourself and like freeze frame yourself. You just need a strobe light, right? If the defendant had really put poison into your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain. Gladly, 'tis an easy task. What? I did drink of the tea, not while my guest did tarry, but after he took leave of me. Faith, 'twas stone cold, but at 1 hour post midnight, verily were my lips parched. That doesn't sound normal. Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire, after all. Thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amidst such argument there'd be no time for fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again. And who was stronger? Mr. Shamspeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? But of course, my liege. 'Twas the stooped lover of words did attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil. We all know what that means.
Hold it!
So, you didn't have any other kind of evening meal? Dinner? Supper? Ha! Fie on luxury! Fie on gluttony! To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time! Sorry? I would that my belly were full, no more oft than the sun doth rise.
Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say.
Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence is it that there doth not in my chamber be then Hang on. Hence is it that there doth not be... I am seeing words that aren't there right now. What the fuck is this man saying? Hence is it that there doth not in my chamber be then the costumes of mine art. I'm sorry, I think I just had a stroke. Oh no. He's hungry and buys nothing but cosplay. Oh no, Mabel! Why are you right? Why did you just call everyone out like that? Oh. If that would appear to be the case, even as a rodent was found, starved to death in your room. Now I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single play or script anywhere. For I have devoured them all. You've eaten them. Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise? Right. That wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea. Alright, we pressed everything. And now I think the jury's about to reach its conclusion, right? Yep. My lord.
Goodness me. Yes, Mr. Foreman.
I've kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me? Yes. Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? That you've reached a unanimous decision? Too right we have. Are you all with me? Yes! Wait, no, the defense is in the middle of a cross-examination. To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room. Yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it. But in the end, what difference do they make? None, as far as I can see. And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer. Like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top.
What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. Very well. Let the court be apprised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
All of you.
Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous.
No, Minx, no, you see, it's fine. Because it's like, the 1800s or the 1700s or whatever. It's just fine, don't worry about it. The jurors that have been on like 50 cases so far, yeah, exactly. We have one new juror on the fucking jury. Maho! Hello, welcome on in. Oh, you got your COVID booster, nice. I hope it doesn't knock you on your ass like it did for, what was it? Was it Jen? I think Jen got knocked on her ass. Or, was it Jen? No, I'm thinking of my other friend. My other friend who works in a COVID lab had to get her booster. And she got, like, knocked out for a day. I don't know why I thought it was Jen. Maybe Jen got her booster too. I don't know. My memory is very ungood, you see. Oh, she did. Okay, so I'm not like screwing things up. My brain is functional. Hey, what do you know? So, this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished. Zeal, hello! The whole Van Zyk's Thirst gang has assembled. We got everyone. We got Mabel. We got Zeal. And Zeal, thank you so much for 3 months. Thank you so much. 3 months. 3 months a member of the guild. Welcome. Good. What do I mean welcome? I'm sorry. I still don't know how to like thank people for like following and like subscribing, because it's like I don't know. It's hard, man. And also, brain, not functional this late at night. At 9 p.m. And now Minx has joined the Thirst Gang. Wait, no, the only member of the Thirst Gang we're missing is Unamused. But I'm she'll probably be here unless she's working right now. We do. Get up, Mr. Naruhodo, please. The trial isn't over yet. What do you mean, Mr. Sato? Oh, that's right. It's a new game. We have to re-explain the jury interrogation. That obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember? A summation examination. That's what it's called. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course, but here in British court of law, if we can reverse the decision of a majority of the jurors, we can force the trial to continue. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. Why am I not surprised at my learned Nipponese friend's inability to admit defeat? You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth.
Certainly no other defense counselor in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination.
Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered.
Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld.
So you say that, Van Zykes, but I've done that multiple times already. Even if we have moved back in time a little bit. Minx. Anazoth, hey, welcome on in. How you doing? If I had to give a different voice to each character, I love giving different voices to the characters. This is like my favorite part of doing Ace Attorney streams, is just coming up with voices for everyone. Even if I end up being a little bit inconsistent with like Gregson and now this Gasman big chin fella. Oh, I see. Well, I mean, we always appreciate lurkers here. I'm glad you're feeling better though. Good. Believe me, my lord, we all know we know all about this young lad's tenacity, and we're ready for it.
Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused.
All right, let's see. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man. Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache. Very fishy. That's awfully prejudiced. There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman, for now at least. Ugh, I really don't care, like. I just need this trial to end quickly.
3 hours of missing time is nothing when you can reach my age, you know? Nothing at all.
Just prove this jury is openly racist and biased. Yup. It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamspear is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen. If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements. And sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all. Well, here goes. Let's not forget, I've pleaded with the jury on Soseki-san's behalf before, and it worked. So you never know. Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how a summation examination works, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh. Well, you're still very new to British law, after all. That's true, I suppose. And Soseki-san's fate is entirely in my hands now. No, there's no need. I remember how to do this. Thank you for the kind offer, Mr. Sato, but I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already by now. I think it's important that we don't delay the start any longer than necessary. Of course, I understand, and I'm sure you're quite right. If you're confused about anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like. I'll be here for you. The key to this is really listening carefully to each juror's statement, finding the two that are contrary, and pitting the two of them against each other. Yes.
Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Let me take a little sip here. Ah. Let's see. They're all just... I'll just have all these biases, dude.
Hold it!
Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid? No, that's not what I said. The point is, the man is the victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid. So you say, yet again. Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously, it's exhausting to look at him. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all. Splendid logic there, madam. Thank you so much. Just look at the accused by comparison. Wait, no, that wasn't the voice that I gave him originally, I don't think. I think I gave him... Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache. Very fishy.
Hold it!
No. Not one of those things is a reason to find the man guilty. But he is fishy. There's no point in dancing around the fact. He's Japanese, he has a mustache, and he stoops. You see, you arrive at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps. Like a waltz, in fact. You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance. You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though, and you're on the wrong foot. No, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt. But the victim's version of events is backed up by what the big chin man says next to him, isn't it? 1, he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh, that's another 3 steps. Well, this really does seem more and more like a waltz, doesn't it? Right. And the prosecution will waltz its way to victory if I let you speak much more. What about you? You're the only new person here. A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, madam? It really is a most tiresome problem for the company. Most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence, we can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you? I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company.
Good gracious! Altamont Gas, you say?
Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. As I'm sure an employee from the East End branch office would be the first to agree.
Absolutely, Lady Quimby. Gotta be used carefully. Altamont Gas is the best in the world, of course.
So torn. On one hand, I want to side with Ellie because love. On the other hand, I want to side with Van Zanks because... Oh my god! It took me that long to look over and see what the fuck Minx just said. Holy shit! Bring it back a little, Minx. Bring it back. A little cold water. Just a little bit. Bring it back. Jesus Christ! Juror 4 is pretty, but I wonder... Right. Thank you for the hydrate, Mabel. I will do just that. The breeding fetish. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Minx. Minx, pull it back. Just a little. Just a little bit. Let's not get, like, super overtly sexual in my chat. All right, just a little bit. Right, he bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? Ah, so would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meterman was watching what Mr. Shamsper was up to in his room? I'm afraid there's no end to the lengths the population of the East End will go in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudsman. But to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night. We're very thorough in our investigations. You mean Mr. Shamspear is... I wouldn't come out and say it in public. But you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief. You have noticed the public gallery in here, have you? The eye of man hath not heard. The ear of man hath not seen. Faith, wouldst thou wound me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate my skin? But seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angels in song. We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in an Altamont gas explosion. I'm sorry, did you just threaten to kill him? To cause a gas leak and then light it on fire? To explode the man's lodgings with him inside it? Excuse me? Baccaretsu, baccaretsu, la la la. Baccaretsu, baccaretsu, la la la. So Mr. Shamspear has been stealing gas. I wonder, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement? My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed? A little before that part about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble. Yes, of course. This could be it. This could shift the balance. It's a fine performance, but in reality, he's a common thief of my company's gas. Actually, wait, do I want to give her like a Southern Belle accent? Can I do a Southern Belle accent? Oh, I do declare. Well, I do declare. No, hang on. Well, I do declare. That victim puts on a fine performance, but in reality, he's just a common thief of my company's gas. He keeps coming out British. Hang on. I gotta listen to a Southern Belle real quick. Hang on. You can actually... All right, let's hear this.
In its best use, moreover, gentleman involves a certain superior standard of conduct due, to quote the 8th edition once more, to that self-respect and
The victim puts on a fine performance, but in reality, he's a common thief of my company's gas. That's good, I think. Good night, Mabel. Take care. All right. You have a good night, Mabel. Sleep well. Ugh, I just don't care, like, I just need this trial to end quickly.
Hold it!
Okay, that is not an excuse to declare a man guilty. You keep talking about needing to take home some money. What's that all about, sir? Finish last, that's what it's about. What's that? I'm talking about the Derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? I was the Queen's Cup last week, wasn't I? Wait. I'm talking about the Derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? It was the Queen's Cup last week, wasn't it? Derby? It was a dead cert, that's the thing. I couldn't lose, so I took my wife's secret savings, like. But then, that hopeless old mare went and did the unthinkable. Ugh, that stupid finish lass. Oh dear. I believe it's clear what happened, isn't it? This is the day the missus uses her savings for a trip down the pub. So come on, let this business lie now. Just give it up. No, that's not going to happen.
Hold it!
What do you really mean by that, sir?
Well, I'm not one to boast. I get up at 5 every morning, I do.
At 5? You're a really early riser then, aren't you?
What's that now?
I said you're an early riser.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I like to while away the hours in the evening reading books as well. But by about 2 in the morning, I'm usually too tired to go on.
He sleeps at 2 in the morning and gets up at 5? Oh my, means he only has 3 hours of sleep each night. Oh, just like me! Ha 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 ha. Anyway.
What's that, dear?
Only 3 hours of sleep each night.
That's right. You see, 3 hours of missing time, like I said. It's not much, is it?
This really isn't helping. The key to summation examinations is identifying... Yeah, okay, I know how to do a summation examination. Yep. Yes. Alright, I may as well press this man too. He's the only one I didn't press. Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem to be noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? I have no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar. Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was that Japanese man's tea. When you take the gas man's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. Well, it's alarmingly logical. But let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, I'd gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury would do the same, isn't that right? Well, yes, perhaps. Though I don't see it happening.
Hey, what's that? Elderly gent on the end here, you know. You'll have to speak up.
Look, I really don't care about all this nonsense. I just need this trial to be over. All right, sir, I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. Let's see. What? Stop it. Okay. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. Pop.
Objection.
Oh, does this not count? Oh. My lord is foreman of the jury. I must object. Ah, damn it. Shoot. Okay, that didn't count. Try it again. All right. Let's try... This'll do it, right?
Objection.
There we go. Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
Juror number 1. What are you yelling at? What are you yelling about, lad? I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas. Well, yes. The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact, turns out to be a common thief. So the good lady says. There's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much. It's true, we don't have the evidence as such, just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know. What? You heard me. Seeing as his operation has already been compromised, I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there. I'll do whatever you say, my lady. Gasman's honor. Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Shamspeare was a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. Yes, I did say that. As a man of honor, I'll hold to it, as I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will. Me? Oh, well, yes. Now that we found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further.
Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. So if this means you'll recap a few points, that would suit me down to the ground.
Oh no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with. In that case, I shall change my leaning. Keeps coming out British. So, Mr. William Shamspeare, if that is your real name, we of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of a man you really are. We did it. We tipped back the balance just a little bit. I don't have to. I barely ever roll out of bed before noon. Goddamn right. Same here. I just sleep late into the afternoon. I'm nocturnal, like by habit or by like nature or whatever. I like to stay up really late and then sleep in really late. Like my ideal, like what I do on like the weekends is I stay up until like 6 in the morning and then I sleep until like 2 if I'm able. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, victory.
Order! Order! Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Now only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. Therefore, I declare this court to be in a state of disaccord and order the trial to continue.
What do you got to say about that, Van Zykes? Arson. Arson. That's what he has to say about it. You have spoilt the bouquet, Mr. Shamspeare. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim.
But you gods will forgive us. Some faults do make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most, naught but gas, naught but thin air. Aye, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul.
Oi, what'd you just say?
Do I take it, Mr. Shamspear, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery?
Most heartily, my lord. Hast thou forgot? I am as a seraph, an angel, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart.
Ugh, you flowery-mouthed, pompous beanpole, just 'cause I haven't got the evidence yet.
Mr. Shamspear, if, in fact, you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom.
It is my considered opinion that at the present time no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case.
Oh no.
However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas and this case are unrelated. Juror number 4. Yes? Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him? That's right, we do, don't we, worker?
Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Gasman's honor.
Very well then, we will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shamspear, to have been stealing gas.
Yes, my lord. It'll be my pleasure. On the Altmont Gas Company.
If I may, my lord.
Go ahead, madam.
This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind.
Wahoo! Oh yeah, sweet as honey. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Simp, 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 simp. Sorry, I had to get that out of my system.
Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request.
Thank you, my lord.
You just wait till the boss gives you an earful. Ooh, it's gonna sting, mark my words.
So, you will both testify before the court on the subject of the illegal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel.
Yes. Is that clear, my good man?
Clear as Altamont Gas, my lady, which is the clearest in the world.
This man loves some fucking gas. Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Mrs. Sato? I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, he might have a little carbon monoxide-induced brain damage, just a tiny bit.
I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Altamont gas meters accept through penny bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
And yet, the meter in Mr. Shamspear's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key.
Somehow, he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is?
Maybe he's just not using any gas. Well, no, because the gas lamps flicker, right? He would have to be using some gas. Yeah, so he's a meter. Yeah, I know. As soon as he said he worked for the gas company like an hour ago, I was like, oh, meterman. So he reads the meter. Why is she a juror if the case deals with her husband's company? So it doesn't deal with her husband's company. This is kind of like a side tangent. We are trying to disprove the victim's credibility. This is unrelated to the case, supposedly, but I think we're gonna find that it probably has something very much to do with the case, because that's typically how these things go. Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony calls me to turn to my hollowed chalice. In other words,
What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Zykes?
what I mean is that the defense has driven me to drink. Oh, Lord, we just lost a few good frames there. That bitrate got real fucking crusty for a second there. Untitled Chapter. So look at... Shut up, Shia. Shut up. Did the mustachioed Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court, and yet now we must listen to this abhorrence. Clearly, what separates the vast British Empire and your Eastern Island nation is more than geographical distance. But this could turn out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. And there's our first account of assault and battery this case. Do what you will. Lord Van Zykes appears to be in a violent mood. Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning and an incidence of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance. I wonder, the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. The first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. Well, Zeal, you are compact enough to be thrown pretty easily, aren't you? Alright, so... I don't think we need to press that. Except throw penny bits, each coin giving customers 2 hours of gas. So all London houses have a gas supply that are fitted with these gas meters, are they? They're the latest model, the height of technology, developed by our company, Altamont Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in their property, yes. So if there's a 3-penny coin... So if a 3-pence coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people would use about 3 coins in a night? A bit more than that, usually. They have both gas lights and a gas stove, that is. Thinking about it, so Seki-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he? Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating. Ah, yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually. And how does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company? Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meters of coins. I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues, for the most part. Ah, because they have to pay in advance, you mean? Yes, exactly right. Alright. So...
Hold it!
Could that just mean he didn't use any gas? Out of interest, how long has this been going on? Weeks and weeks. He's been pinching gas off us for ages.
And you've examined the meter in Mr. Shakespeare's room, I take it.
Naturally. We took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb. And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume. No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shakespeare Special. That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3-penny pieces. But even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty.
I'll never forget the humiliation. When I opened up the money box and found it bare, "You what?" I said. "You what?" And the look on his face, that smarmy smile of his. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of it being jemmied open anywhere. Not a single sign. And what's happening to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what.
A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. She really is a queen bee. I love her design. She's great. Incidentally, what became of that meter?
Nothing became of it. I've still got it.
Oh.
Right here.
Hold a moment. Hello? What the fuck? Well, I'm dropping some pretty significant frames here. My stream health ain't great right now. What's going on here? We good? You all right? I'm like hovering in the yellow a bit. Something ain't right here. My net's like crapping the bed a little bit. No wonder they call you Meterman.
I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing.
Gas meter has been entered into the court record. Definitely. Although at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter. Oof. Let's see. Hang on. I think they took the meter out of Soseki's room, probably, right? Because Shamspear's room still has his meter. And apparently there were like candles in Soseki's room. So, well, no, Soseki even said he turned the gas on, didn't he? So wait a minute, why the hell is the meter still in the... Hang on, something ain't right here. That's a very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it? The money box is sealed with beeswax, too. So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately. Mr. Naruhodo, mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would... You know, you didn't finish that sentence, don't you? Well, anyway, it's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs. But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? Let's see, what else we got here? Anything? I think that's probably it, right? Oh.
Hold it!
Alright, so there's no money in it. Out of interest, how long has this been going on? Oh, wait. Hang on, I already did this one. Whoops. We're gonna skip past this real quick. Alright, this was the one.
Hold it!
Press this. Just risking poking everyone with that umbrella now. Yeah. I barely had any problems. I thought it was Minet too because you had your AC island open? Oh, yeah. Huh. Weird. There's only one key for all your meters. Well, in truth, there's another key at the company vault in our maid office. But even if someone somehow managed to get a hold of that key, we'd know if the coin box had been opened. Oh? How? I came up with a rather clever way to expose any little shenanigans as it happens. Would you care to explain? Well now, in order to empty a meter, you have to unlock the padlock and remove the cover. But when I close the cover again, I stick a little beeswax seal on it, you see? A seal? Like the sort of thing you put on an envelope, you mean?
Something like that, yes. Basically, you can't remove the cover again without breaking the seal.
Now, in the case of Mr. Shamspear's meter, there were no coins inside at all, as I said.
The seal hadn't broken either.
So that would mean Mr. Shamspear somehow managed to steal coins from inside the meter without opening it. It would seem so, but that would be impossible. Let's see.
Hold it!
I just slip off to bed. All right, take care, Shia. Have a good one. You have a good night. Sleep well. How do you know how do you know that he's been using gas, though?
Well now, since I started investigating this bloke, I've been to his room more than a few times, and on every single occasion, his lamps have been blazing and his stove pounding. It's the middle of winter, and he still turns to me, sweat dripping down his cheeks, and says,
Get thee to a nunnery.
Hamlet, indeed.
Ugh, I could wring the bloke's neck. I get all hot under the collar, but still, every time I open up that flaming meter, it's empty. He's robbing me of my salary, too. What's wrong with the world? Where's the justice?
But how can Mr. Shamspear possibly be stealing the money? I don't understand. The simple explanation is right before your eyes. What? A toast to you eventually realizing that the gasman could be an accomplice.
You what?
Good lord, eminently plausible indeed.
Well, what do you have to say for yourself?
Oh, please, Lady Quinby, I'm a faithful worker.
Quinby. Queen Bee.
And besides, if the money us gasmen collect doesn't tally with how much gas has been used, you dock our pay by the same amount.
So you'd be stealing money only to have the same amount taken from your wages. Clearly that makes no sense. Perhaps it's a case of losing the battle to win the war.
No. I'm not gonna stir up that hornet's nest. If I went stealing from the company, I'd be finished.
It would seem there is no evidence to support the claims of thievery made against the victim, because Mr. William Shamspear is innocent. Pray forgive me if that shatters some illusion my learned Nipponese friend was clearly under. Let's see. Can't be sure of that yet. Investigating Mr. Shamspear so earnestly, there must be something to it. How's he been managing to steal their gas? So we have the gas meter here. Let me take another, closer look at this. I probably missed something, right? Oop. Let's see. Oh ho! Here we go. You tell me you didn't... You searched this thing top to bottom and you didn't find this? Oh, what's... Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo? Just here, there's a little hole. Do you see? Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed. Not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say. So, you think it may have been opened up by Mr. Shamspear? Possibly. Seems the people at the Altamont Gas Company must have missed it. How? How do you notice, a pretty obvious hole in the bottom of the coin box like this? And they say they went over it with a fine-tooth comb? Are you kidding? I missed it. Yeah, okay, true. But, I don't think I checked the underside too carefully. I probably, whizzed right past it. But, if they say they... I didn't go over it with a fine-tooth comb. I just kind of glanced over it. But if they were investigating it, closely? Bullshit that they missed it. Well, it certainly does seem to go all the way through to the inside. Yes, but there's no way a coin could fit through there. That's true, but even so... Seems more than a little suspicious. Huh. Ugh. The sleepiness is starting to kick in a little bit. So, huh. If coins can't fit through there must be something he's doing. There's a single coin in it. Let's see. Alright, I think I can present here. Oop.
Objection.
Yeah, there we go. Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What? Get away! I've been over and over that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it. In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box? Oh, what? You're right. You're quite right. There's a little hole there. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspear secretly opened up this hole himself. Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised. But why? Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get a farthing through that. Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of details? Well, what I'd specifically like to know is... Oh, it's dismantled, maybe. How can the meter be dismantled? Dismantled? Yes, given that there are no signs of it having been forced. I'm wondering if perhaps rather than being broken open, it might have been taken apart. Well, yes, that does make some sense. Padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel, and the meter box itself is made up from plate steel as well, welded shut to ensure it can't be opened again. I can assure you, it's quite impossible to dismantle it. Wahoo! Yeah! Nothing leaks from an Altamont meter. No coins, no gas, no nothing. I see.
The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent.
As you wish, my lord. All joints in the meter are welded shut, and the lock is made from solid steel. There's no way to dismantle it. Press that, please. Has anyone ever tried? Oh, yeah, they've tried, but they've all given up before long. After all, if they actually broke the meter, the company would be able to take legal action. Yes, that makes sense. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is its welded steel construction significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on? Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tack here. Like asking about how the meter differentiates coins, for example. Yeah, let's find out about that, because I don't think the dismantling has anything to do with it. If it's all welded shut. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins? What do you mean? Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1 penny coin, that wouldn't work, presumably, would it? No, of course not. So, well, how does the meter know that the coin it's been fed is a threepenny bit? Ah, I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A threepenny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just won't fit. Ah, I see. It's clearly been very well thought out. Oh. Oh, I know how he did it. And it plays into the fucking poison as well. It all just clicked in my head. Okay, so I have this all unraveled now. Hang on. So, okay. He put coins in the meter, and he got them back out through that hole in the bottom of the thing, right? And presumably, 3 penny bits you couldn't get back out. You'd never be able to get those back out. But if the coins were much smaller, you would be able to get them out, right? So, how do you get the machine to read a coin as being larger than it really is? Whoop. Here's your answer. You make a mold of a coin. Or, no, wait. So he took a 3-penny bit, he pressed it into the soap, and then poured tea into it. He then set them outside in the winter cold to freeze, giving him a coin made out of tea. He just puts it in the slot. The machine sees the thickness and the size of the coin, says, yep, that's a 3-penny bit, and then accepts the coin. Now, obviously, the frozen tea coin is going to melt. So, how do you get rid of the evidence? Why, you drill a little hole in the bottom of the coin box to drain it all out. Which would leave, what else? But a big goddamn stain on the ground. What can I say? I'm just that good.
The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent.
As you wish, my lord. He's gross for not putting a bowl under it. I don't think he even has a bowl. I don't think he owns a bowl. Although he did have teacups, didn't he? So... Alright, I'm gonna save here because I know what the answer is, but I'm not sure how they want me to present it, because Ace Attorney games can be a little particular about this. Let me see if I need to press it first. Let me be sure of that. But conversely then, it would seem that anything matching a 3-pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness could equally well be used. Would, that be true? Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into it a certain extent as well.
We've thought of that though anyway. If I find any fake coins inside the box when I empty the meter, the contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine. We live for moments like that, us gasmen do. Live for them.
It would seem the gas company has thought of everything.
Wahoo! Hurrah for gas! Hurrah for cash! Altamont all the way!
That's quite enough of that. Remind me, how big are 3-penny bits? About 3/4 of an inch across. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is this 2 centimeters measurement significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on? Nope, leave it.
Let's return to the testimony.
Of course, my lord. As I was saying, Altamont meters are unsurpassed. They can't be manipulated. Purple, hey, how's it going? How was, you were streaming earlier, weren't you? How'd your stream go? But yes, let's see. Okay, so we've just figured out how this man's been stealing gas. Hang on. Let me see. I hope this is the right way to, present this.
Objection.
Damn it, that's not it. Thank you, Selexer, for shouting out Purple Killer. Okay, so that wasn't the right way to do this. What did they want me to present here? Like, I know how he did it, but the question remains, how do I prove it? Because I know he took this bar of soap, right? He took this bar of soap, made an indent of a 3-penny bit, a 3-penny coin in here, poured tea into it to make an ice coin, put those coins into the meter, and then he drilled a hole to, like, drain out all the tea once it melted, and it all made a puddle right there. I know how he did it, but I don't know how to prove it. Unless I have to press everything first? There's on suspicion. Let's see. Alright. Come on. What are we doing here? Alright, I'm gonna press the last statement I haven't pressed in case this is like one of those like, oh, you have to press every statement before you're allowed to proceed. I don't think that's what it is, but it could be.
Hold it!
This is the only one I haven't pressed yet. So, does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters?
That I do. Have to try to catch people when they're in. Then I ask permission to come inside and do my business.
Does that mean you've been into Mr. Natsume's room before as well? As well as that of Mr. Shamspear?
Well now, interesting you should bring that up, because I couldn't believe how little money was in his meter. I mean, how the pair of them survive the winter is beyond me, it really is.
Knowing Mr. Natsume, he probably spends all his gas money on books. And then when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth.
You will kindly reiterate your statement about the gas meters themselves, Mr. Meterman.
Not much to say, really, but as you wish.
3 penny bits. Come on. Nothing else will fit.
Hold it!
Ah, I didn't mean to press that. I pushed the wrong button. I'm trying to think. What do they want me to put here, man? No, it's definitely the coins. It's definitely the coins. It has to be. Do I present the meter again? Because clearly I need to present something on this statement in particular.
Objection!
No, that's not it. I did save, so I can go back and, like, once I get the right answer, I can just save scum and get some lives back. Alright, come on, what is it? Is it this?
Objection!
Oh, what do they want from me, man? I know how he did it! I know how he did it! Do I have to, like, re-examine something, maybe? Maybe I have to examine this, like, a second time. Oh, the check mark's gone. I have to re-examine it again. Oh, I see. All right, hang on. I know what I need to do then. There was a check mark before, but now there's new information. Selexa, please! Save scum! How dare you! Alright. So first, I need to examine this again, and I keep forgetting the control scheme. I keep thinking, oh, right-click and drag to, like, turn this, because, like, I have a program at work that I use to, that you can use, like, you can manipulate 3D models in, and it's right-click and drag to turn the model. In this, right-clicking backs you out. Oh, look at this bar of soap. There's a circular depression on this side, about 2 centimeters across, or 3/4 of an inch. Ah, do you think? We did find the soap at the scene, didn't we? Yes, there were 2 bars on that little ledge just outside the window, so we took this one. But I'm sure that when we first found it, there was some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly. Yes, but there's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone? Oh, now we get the information we need. Jesus. It got updated before, and now we have to update it again. That's a little... I don't know. That's a little dumb, I think, personally. But I know what the answer is now.
Objection!
There we go. Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shamspear's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Something the same size as a threepenny bit. What was it? The item in question is this.
What? Have you been inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap.
It certainly looks nothing like a throughpenny bit, I must say. It looks like I'm going to have to point out exactly what I mean here. All right, turn the soap over. Right there. Oh, right, it's a different button to present it. You have to turn the soap to see what I mean. Ah! Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there? That's right. A depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a throughpenny bit.
Get away!
Is anyone here present have in their possession a throughpenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen.
It sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it?
Hey, that's supposed to be my job. I'm the thief around here.
That's what the Bloodborne... That's what it's called. Jesus Christ. The others aren't here right now. That's true. Mabel and Shia have both left, so someone has to be the resident gremlin.
Now, to see if it fits.
Uh-huh. Perfectly. T-coins. This man made some goddamn T-coins. I admire him. You know, forging currency, especially coins. I gotta say, I'm a little bit proud of him. As a thief, as a criminal, as a man who does some crimes, I'm proud of the man. I am. I gotta commend him just a little bit.
My word, it couldn't be more snug.
Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded. Well, I don't believe it. So, your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas. Yes. The depression in the soap was clearly made by a throughpenny bit.
I must concur, at least, that pushing a coin in with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape.
And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You could make fake coins in no time.
This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's the method Mr. Shamster has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. And now, if I follow that chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet. But this is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter.
Quite true, Lady Altamont. In the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear.
I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There is one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes. Exactly. And the meter here gives it away. What on earth? There are remnants of the magical method used, visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room.
If that is your assertion, Counsel, the defense will identify these remnants for the courts at once. Where on the meter can the remnants of the method used to make the fake coins disappear be seen?
Why, it would be right here. We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window.
Outside?
Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap.
Ah, I get it.
That's right. The answer, of course, is ice.
Did you just say ice?
Mr. Shamspeare has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening, filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter's coin box melts, turning back into water and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas. Got him. Just like that. So simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water. That's right, madam. I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless. I'm fairly sure I didn't design it. Evidence. Sorry? I want evidence. If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? She is pissed. Granted, they did spend a lot of money on that meter. Very well, Lady Altamont. If you'd like evidence, I'll provide it. What? Mr. Naruhodo, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory? I did notice a trace of something that bothered me at the time. And I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. The piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shamspear has been stealing gas is...
Take that!
Yep. This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspear. What remnants? Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamspear's room. Now, look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter. What is that? Some kind of grubby stain. Almost certainly, it's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter. Ah! If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage, and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. This is awful. And there's further evidence, too. Mr. Shamspear is slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. And right next to him is a bar of soap, broken in half. You're right.
It would appear to me then, Counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he?
No! Not this conclusion again! No! He was not eating soap! Why do people keep thinking he was eating the soap? Fucking Herlock Sholmes came to the same conclusion when we were investigating this. It's like, yes, indubitably, he was eating the soap. Yes, he has a fork in his hand. Yes, there's a half a bar of soap on the table with fork marks in it. That does not mean he was eating the soap. I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but certainly not. He didn't beat about the bush there, did he? I can't stop laughing. Judge, please, you're supposed to be presiding over this trial. You're supposed to be the intelligent one with all of the knowledge. You're supposed to be the voice of reason and logic, and just you think he ate soap. In truth, Mr. Shamspear was found with a fork in his hand.
A meal of soap is sounding increasingly likely, Lord Van
Thanks! Do you mean to say he was using that fork to...
Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap. Ah. But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well.
Good gracious!
Stop throwing wine into the gallery, Von Zykes. Please, you're going to injure someone.
I was throwing my hand up in despair and happened to catch my hollowed bottle on the way. Pray forgive my maladroit mistake.
What is the meaning of this, counsel?
Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination?
Well, that Mr. William Shamspeare is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable.
That's it. That's exactly it.
Very well, let us assume the man is a liar.
Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make?
Well,
we know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shamspeare is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Ugh. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication.
You... What?
Order! Order! Well, counsel, how does the defense respond?
Mr. Naruhodo. What was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Van Zykes is saying? Raise an objection. We can test the tea now. We have proof that, because the frozen coin that we found in the soap that we picked up was reddish brown. That means there was tea in it. It was a coin made out of frozen tea, which means if there's still a bar of soap outside his window, we have a sample of the tea that we can test for poison. And if there's no poison in it, we clear Soseki. All right? No, this isn't over yet. The defense will not rest. What?
But, counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shamspeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss?
Lord Van Zykes just highlighted there are 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all.
What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend?
At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption made due to a lack of evidence. Ugh. But the situation has changed now following the cross-examination of the latest witnesses to take the stand.
Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense?
Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question that we now need to reconsider. Namely, was the poison in the tea? We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume, but that's conjecture at best.
The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There is no other possibility. And since there is no trace of poison in the tea, and since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison.
Objection.
As I said, the situation has changed, because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene, and a particular piece of evidence proves it. A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed?
The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea?
Take that!
That would be the bar of soap.
Good gracious! The soap again?
Yes, that's right, my lord. It's just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside of the window? I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar. So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating. In a way, yes, but there's more. The coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice.
There was something strange about them, you mean?
Exactly. Something very obviously strange. They were red. The ice was red. No. You mean... That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. Look at the big brain on me, unraveling all this shit ahead of time. And y'all call me stupid. Y'all say, Alistair's got no brain. Smooth brain, dumbass, 3 brain cells. And then look at me. Look at how smart I am. I bet y'all can't wait to get your IQ emotes with a big brain Alistair that you can plaster all over chat for moments such as these. That's right. That's right. Because I am the best. I'm very intelligent. Very clever. Only smart on the matter of coins, clearly. I mean... no, you're right. You're right. Hang on. There's an explanation as to why I knew this. There is a very clear explanation as to how I knew this, isn't there? It's because my brain is, of course, as we all know, filled with coins. So, of course, I'm very knowledgeable on the subject of coins. Shit. You actually got me there, didn't you? Fuck. I've been figured out. Alls I know is coins. I got coins in my head. No brain. Just coins. God damn it. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. What? I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial. After I take a little sip of my own. That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never.
Oh, yes. I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains on the East End are prone to freezing.
So on the night in question, Mr. Shamspeare, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins. Thank you for the clip, Zeal. There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed one of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime. Frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shamspeare's window.
Extraordinary!
Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even one drop of the tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture. By finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contains strychnine at all. Ah, you smug Nipponese! My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once, and the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it to determine whether or not it contains any poison. Oh, we got this. We got this so good.
Bailiff! Bailiff! Instruct the police to attend the scene at once.
Yes, my lord. Understood. That's not the bailiff's voice. It's a, hello, hello. Yes, my lord, at once. I have to, before I can do the bailiff's voice, I have to go, hello, hello, hello. Just to rev up the accent, you know, it's like a lawnmower. You have to like pull the cord a couple times to get the accent started, and then it's like he's like, hello, 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 hello. What's all this then? All right, even I'll admit that's got to be probably one of the worst jokes I've ever made.
It would seem we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Van Zykes.
None, my lord.
Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim.
Yes, my lord. Oh, wait, really? Dang. Well, we managed to scrape through there somehow.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned until tomorrow.
Damn. That was one of the things I really liked about the first game, was that, they never had to interrupt a trial for a second investigation. I don't really particularly like the back and forth between trial and investigation. I think the investigation is like a really good, like, you know, slow building action sort of thing, and then the trial is like the big fast-paced drop afterwards, you know, where you're like ripping and roaring through like all this evidence and all this high court drama, you know? I think breaking it up with a second day of investigations just kind of kills the pacing a little bit. Now, that's what I've always felt anyway. We'll go a little bit longer though. It's only been like 2.5 hours. I want to go a little bit longer. Whew, we made it back in one piece. Just. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There's so many carriages on the streets of London. You were very nearly flattened several times. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. And now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything all right? I suppose. I still can't quite believe it, that's all. That I'm here in England, working as a lawyer, I mean. In the Old Bailey, no less. Yes, I like to stream for at least like 3 hours. I usually go like 4. Started out like I would just like kind of barely go 3, and now I go like 4, 4.5, sometimes 5. What's the longest stream I ever did? I think the longest stream I've done is probably the Deltarune Chapter 2 stream, where I went like, what was that, 7 hours or so? Christ, that was that was an exercise in, and maybe I need to pay a little bit more attention to myself while streaming, because, I went 7 hours without refilling my water or using the bathroom. Because I got up from that stream, I stood up, like, I turned off stream, and I was immediately like, I need water. I'm dehydrated. I need to pee. Minx, you're on thin ice. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. Maho, 69 hours, Jesus Christ. God, maybe someday. Maybe we'll make that like, you know, if I ever do like a subathon, maybe I'll cap it at like 69 hours or something stupid like that. Or maybe I'll do like a super like long marathon debut stream, if I ever get like an art gun model or something. That'd be fun. I'd have to figure out what the hell I would fill it with though. It should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes. I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I've no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if you were here with us. Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. Alright, so let's see. Where are we headed now? Should head down to the suite, right? Probably pick up Iris or Dr. Sholmes. He's not a doctor. Herlock Sholmes. I think Iris is a doctor, though, isn't she? I think Iris has a PhD. I would like to remind everyone that she is 10 years old. And she has a PhD. Actual fucking child prodigy genius. Oh, Runo and Susie. Hooray, you're back. Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see. I am. And you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups. Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? Oh no. Aha! The Wanderers return at last. Where on earth have the pair of you been? We've been in court? Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case? That was today, was it? I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure you think you did. Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We've managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least. Really? I would have liked to see it. And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Is Lord Van Zykes an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that odor? Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed. That's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. Oh, dear. All right, I'll bite. What's he up to now? So, okay, we'll ask about Van Zykes first. Lord Beric Von Zykes. Yes, it is an interesting sobriquet he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed, even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts. Sooner or later, the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or, quite out of the blue, being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is fighting fit, for the time being at least. That's not overly reassuring. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zykes' own hand. As it happens, Mr. Sato, that is quite impossible. Oh? Why? Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast-iron alibi. Really? And so his reign continued, but 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. And really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again. Poor Runo. I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky or incredibly unlikable. I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. Yeah, Von Zykes is maybe just a little bit racist. With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well as Miss Susato and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Zykes seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed, it is an interesting observation. Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Sholmes? It was about 10 years ago that Beric von Zykes chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion, hailed from the Empire of Japan. No! What the... Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. Oh, but... The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. Does this have to do with the case of the Hound of the Baskervilles? Right? It has to be that case. The case that, you know, Iris wrote the manuscript for, but Sholmes wouldn't let her publish. It has to be. It has to be the Hound of the Baskervilles. That has to be it. So, what is that indescribably foul smell? It's my chat! Sorry. Anyway. Well, most probably this, I would say. What is that? My dear fellow, it is, of course, my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. Oh my. There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris? At the ready, Hurley. Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? It's turned completely black. And what a foul odor it's giving off. Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes, the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. But you've ruined the tea. What's the point? You have to ruin the tea in the process. Couldn't you just take a sip and tell if it's good or not? It would appear this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's Very ingenious. But what do you do with that black liquid now? Why, dispose of it, naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes. Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science, in the world of criminal investigation also. Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times. I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Sholmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. Based? This little tea indicant was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? Suppose I should find out more about that. So, your tea test, is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality. Those are some full meal on screen. Thank you, Zeal. Yes, you have used that one before, but I don't get tired of it. Not a huge number of cases, then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints. Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels here. I hadn't even heard of them until recently. Which is particularly why I undertake the research in this field myself, of course. Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes? There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. Note, what I am researching is skin prints. Skin prints? A nomenclature of my own design as this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes. As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Yes, I'm sure we're going to have another case like the blood tests, right? Where we are privy to some information that is not accepted by the court because Sholmes' invention isn't scientifically proven just yet. So we have some information to base off of his invention, but the court won't accept it, and we'll have to find another way to prove it. Just like the blood samples of the last case in the first game. That's the spirit, Runo. See you later. Yes, until later. No, Mr. Sholmes, we were thinking you'd come with us. You were? Yes, of course. You said so just a moment ago. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later. In all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Runo. Bye, Susie. Why don't you just use already credited tested methods? Because, well, like they just said, forensic science is just, like, starting to, like, be taken seriously in this day and age. You gotta remember, this is, like, the 1800s. Like, they don't even, like, these courts don't even accept fingerprints yet. Like, they don't have any way of testing for, like, cleaned up blood. Like, they don't have luminol or anything like that. They can't do DNA tests. Suppose we can stop by Miss Green for a moment. I have a feeling she's got to be involved in this somehow. We wouldn't be holding on to the evidence from the last case if it wasn't going to be used somehow. What do you suppose is happening? It sounds like some sort of disturbance. Yes, I hear angry voices. Oh, what's this asshole doing here? Why is he here? Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily thou art mistaken. Did he just call her an ample lady? All right. Mistake in my foot. You were looking at my painting. The eye of man hath not heard. The ear of man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed the position that mustached villain gaveth me. Forgive me, lady. I wish you died from that poison. God a mercy, ample lady, but thou seest I have vigor still. Behold my Shakespeare dance. Your Shakespeare dance, huh? Okay, hang on. Yeah, we'll observe your Shakespeare dance. Just give me a second. Give me a second. We'll observe your Shakespeare dance. Just give me a second. Just a moment. That's quite a dance you got there, Shakespeare. Yeah, look at you go. Look at you groove. You having fun there, buddy? I know I am. All right, that's enough of that. All right, let's get the real music back on, shall we? This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Oh no! You're right, I should have done berries and cream. Oh, what a missed opportunity. Shit. Damn it. That would have been better. I didn't even think of it. It was just the first... The penis music was the first thing to come to my mind. What can I say? The rumors are true. 3 brain cells. And they're all thinking about dick. What can I say? Christ. Ah, lo, 'tis the lawyer from the land whence riseth the sun. How now? What are you doing here, Mr. Shakespeare? Mary, I do believe I am returned unto another ward. He was looking, that's what he was doing. Looking at my terrible work. Eastern fellow, so darkly y-clad. Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. Oh, well, thank you. But he's pissed that we proved that he was stealing gas. That doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? A little bipolar there, aren't we? A little two-faced, aren't we? I see. A non-exuant. Yeah, fuck off, asshole. There's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down. I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person. Miss Green, is everything all right? Oh, yes, I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now. Oh, I see. We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it. Let me take a little peek around, shall we? So she was real upset that he, peeked at her painting. Oh, but we can't even investigate it. Dang. I think we've investigated, the entirety of this room already, except for Miss Green, I guess. We could talk to her. So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green? I am. Thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me. Well, yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it? As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along in the snow one evening, minding my own business, and then, completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. What a terrible week it's been for you. Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I'll look back on this fondly.
Really?
Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged. Oh, yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. Yeah, Shamspier's either very strong or that's a real flimsy fake scepter he's got there. And quite frankly, I'm betting on the latter, because he don't have a lot of money. That's a weak ass scepter, I'm sure of it. Probably made of pewter or something like that. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware. Yeah, I know the score. Oh, yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? With the tea in it? Yeah, we found it all right. There was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it. It's with the identification section at the yard now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today. That's wonderful news. Thank you. Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? Nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. Well, well, well. Look who it is! Craving fish and chips? Yeah, really, I feel you. I see that man munching on his fish and chips, and it's like, fried food. Me want the fried food. Give to me. Give it to me. Give it to me! Sorry, what? Sorry, I'm not me when I'm hungry. You know what I had for dinner last night? Onion rings and pretzel bites. I think I've had my fill of fried food for the week. If you ran out of change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh. That's true, but if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change. London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful, too, then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Susato-san and I are going to make it to spring. That's true. We don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove. Look how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter there. Yes, from all the water dripping out after the ice coins melted, as you established in court this morning. It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it? Mr. Shamsier was to have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose. It was an ingenious idea, I'll give him that. That's gotta be significant. Like, that board right there? I'm sure Sholmes is gonna bring it up in his big old, like, investigation hoopla thing that he's gonna do in a second. The ill-fated teacups from which the two men drank on that ill-fated night. During their heated literary debate, yes. Who's strong? Romeo or Juliet? Sounds like it was quite a discussion. Now I think of it, I'm sure the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison. That's fiction, Miss Susato. Let's hope it stays that way. I think Juliet... What happened? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, Romeo killed himself with poison, and then Juliet stabbed herself. If I'm remembering correctly. Because Juliet took a potion that would feign death, because she wanted to fake her death to be with Romeo. But nobody told Romeo about it, and Romeo, being the dramatic fucking teenager he was, bought some actual poison, broke into her grave, killed a man, and then drank the poison to die and be with her in the afterlife. And then Juliet wakes up, finds her cold dead lover next to her, and she's like, ah, shit. And then she tries to kiss him to, like, steal some poison from his lips. There's nothing left. So instead she just stabs herself. And that was that. That's how that ended. Because they were both a couple of really fucking dumb teenagers who somehow got access to really, like, powerful drugs and poisons. Wasn't Juliet, like... I don't know. Anyway. Let's investigate the soap. So it turns out that Mr. Shamsmere wasn't eating the soap at all. That's right. The mystery of why he had it on a plate whilst holding a fork in his hand is solved. Yes, to prise his latest coin out from its mold. And in the process, he accidentally broke the bar of soap in two. Oh, it certainly was hard to imagine, let alone deduce. All right, Sholmes, talk to me. Mr. Sholmes, what are you up to over there? What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi, what are you doing here, Sholmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems. Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised? With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. What's all this? All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. Sherlock Sholmes' sensational skin print seeker gun. That looks like a revolver. That looks like a revolver. Hi, I'm Derek Baum with new kitchen gun. Say goodbye to grimy surfaces and dirty stains with new kitchen gun. Just 3 shots from new kitchen gun. Bang, bang. Wait, just 3 shots from new kitchen gun. Bang, bang, bang. And the mess is gone. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample from Mr. Shamspere's cup? Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. There. Now, spray the chemical indicator about, and all will be revealed. Spray? How? How do I do that exactly? A little press of space on the area you're interested is all that is required. Like this. What is that stuff? It's like fog. A suspension of the chemical indicator in a pressurized gas is the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally while I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. I'm unsummoning Alistair's a sellout and doing mineral lads now. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. Alright. I have a very firm suspicion about this floorboard. I knew it! Oh, look at all this here. I knew it. Ah, yes, interesting. Multitude of the victim's handprints. Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here. There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over, though, is there? I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes. Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yes, there's no obvious explanation, except the fact that the floorboard is raised up a little bit. Just pull it up. Oh my god, you guys suck. So we've got some handprints over there. Go over there. Let's see. Yep, up there, sure. What about over here? Why are his hands, like, just all over the goddamn floor? Like, in really just places where it doesn't make any sense. What indeed are we looking for here? Oh, maybe this here. No, it's not the envelope. I feel like we've covered the majority of the ground here, right? I don't quite see anything else that could be, like, covered in handprints. Did I get the bricks directly? Did. Well, I can't back out of this, so I'm still missing something, obviously. What could it be? Oh! Look, there are dozens of handprints here. So there are. A great many indeed. So much that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact. Brr. Sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he's leaning against the wall while he admired this picture. You guys are so fucking dumb. Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene, after all. And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Oh, very true, Mr. Sato. It's a bit of a mystery, then. Well, we sprayed Mr. Shums' amazing skin print indicator all over the room, didn't we? Alright, Minx, have a good night, sleep well, and, no, Van Sykes will not win. I am supreme. I am smarter than he is. We did. There are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say. Handprint on the floor there, and the one on the wall by the picture. My god, we're gonna find Harrison Ford under the floorboards. Yes, I think the floor warrants closer investigation. I won't be a moment. Ah! What is it, Mr. Sato? Look here, Mr. Naruhodo. One of the floorboards has popped out. One of the... You mean... It's a secret hiding place? Excellent work, Mr. Sato. So, what do we have in here? Oi, what are you lot doing? Inspector Gregson. Stand aside right this minute. It's my job to investigate there. No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips, whilst we dig around under the floor here. Your fancy talk's putting me off my food anyway, Sholmes. I got a new bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find. Not a hiding place you could make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw to Tommy Matt. Hang on, I've got like a hair on my face, and it is itchy. Alright. Just realized something. How the heck was... Yeah, it's freezing outside, yeah. No, I know. But I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move, either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there, too. Aren't you curious? Oh! I'll investigate it once. She's so short. It's great. She has to stand up on the box just to get near it. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall. How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints? I can't think of why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that. There you are. A print for you. Oh, okay. He's got a picture of it. Cool. Oh, thank you very much. This invention can make prints, too? Now then, I wonder if the Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there. I'm desperate to know. So am I. Ugh. See, what they should have done is what Susato should have done is she should have stood on that box and put her hands exactly on top of where of where Shamspear's hands had been, right? And see if something happened. Love to know if there's anything hidden under the floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted. Inspector Gregson, really, it's been too long. Oh. What is it, Sholmes? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we're such good friends. We're not friends. No, I suppose not. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. I'd kill to know what was under that floorboard. Alright then, fair's fair. What? You did discover the hiding place after all. I suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you. Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Oi, stop making me out to be some kind of nut. There were 3 items under the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know? Start with the newspaper clipping. Ooh, hang on. Let me stand up and stretch a little bit. I need to stretch my legs out a little bit. It'll help me fight the sleepiness. All right. Yeah, don't mind me. Yeah, really, Ryunosuke's been tried for murder twice now. He really can't use that phrase anymore. At least Gregson's gonna fill us in here as soon as I finish stretching. There we go. A little bit of blood in the legs again. Hopefully that'll keep me awake a little bit longer. I just want to get to the end of the investigation portion, which would probably be like another hour. Looks like this was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving up time in Manchester. How terrible. It made the headlines down here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first. Oh my goodness! He committed a capital offense? A man by the name of Selden. Nasty piece of work into burglaries and murder. They say the hoard he'd knocked off was worth about £1,000. Hoard? Of treasure, you mean? Only 1,000? That's kind of small beans, isn't it? Actually, wait, hang on. Let me find out. Hang on. Great Ace Attorney year. Near the end of the 19th century, so like in the 1800s or something. Hang on, let me see here. No, that's not it. We don't want Gyokuten Kenji. We want Grace Ace Attorney Adventures. Let's see, what year does it take place in? Do we have a definite year, or... Hang on, there's gotta be a timeline here somewhere. So I want to adjust it for inflation. I want to find out exactly how much that is right now. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Let's see. Okay, so we don't actually know. Huh. Alright, I don't know. I don't want to risk getting into spoilers. But, let's say, like, we'll call it 1880. Pounds in current pounds. Or 1880 inflation? Value of 1880. Value of 1880 pounds today. All right. Well, a pound today is worth 100 pounds in 1880 is equivalent in purchasing power to 12,634 pounds today. So in other words, 1,000 pounds means that he had a hoard of 128,000 pounds. 126,000 pounds, rather. So, you know what? Pretty good haul, actually. That's a lot of money. I respect that. Big thief. Good job. Anyway. Back to the investigation. The papers loved it, of course. 1,000 pounds lost en route to hell, or some such was the headline. Does it not strike you, though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor? I suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we've got on Selden back at the yard and see if I can turn anything up. Alright, tell me about the print. So, this is the photograph I found. It looks reasonably recent to me. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so there's Garridib. And this is, I believe this is the boy that, Miss Green was dating, right? Wait, is that a younger Shamspear? Is that who that is? Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the street in the front of the house here. The gentleman on the left is Mr. Garridib, the landlord, of course. But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Garridib's son, perhaps? Perhaps. You can take that print if you like. Really? Are you sure? We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows the identity of the young fellow, that is. Ah, is that true? Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work. All the more reason not to. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Shamspear himself isn't in it. Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Garridib was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it. Alright, what's in the box? What's in the box, man? What's in the box? Wasn't he one of the jury members? No. The jury member looks slightly different to him. The jury member's head isn't quite so long. Now this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? You would find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case. I wouldn't be in the least surprised. Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty. What? Shamspear, give us a clue, man! You didn't even have a chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box. Yes, thin air. It's empty, rather like how I feel inside. Is there nothing more to this box then? I wonder. Cat! Cat! Kitty! Oh look, it's that lovely little kitty cat. What was its name? It's Mr. Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we've ever asked him personally. Why don't we call him... Why don't we call it, Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. I wonder how he got in here. Clever cat. Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai, here's something delicious I bought from you from the cat's meat man. Yes, meat for cat, snack for kitty cat. We love this. We love this boy. We love him. Precious. Baby. Baby boy. He couldn't be happier now. Look. I just hope we can bring some happiness to his owner, too. I'm going to investigate the cat again. What a lovely boy. That was a cheeky little meow, Wagahai. Oh, but he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever. I think he may not appreciate that after a while. We have an investigation to get back to. Unfortunately, I think we may have cleaned up here. I think it might be time to move on to a new place. Check out Briar Road, maybe? Let's see, looks like still investigated everything. Yep. So we'll go to the Garrideb's room now, and we'll talk to Mr. Garrideb. Mr. Garrideb appears to be out. Oh well. I suppose we'll just have to come back later. Damn. So to the prison it is, then. Let's see. No one here either. And I suppose it would make sense if there was more I hadn't found in here somewhere. Oh, right, the window. I should check the window. The sun never shines in this room thanks to that depressing bricked-up window. Yet, with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap outside, can't you? That sounds like a very wise life lesson, Mr. Sato. Only if you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruhodo. Damn, really? Big old fat nothing. I really don't know where it wants me to go here. Yeah, there's a dark stain. Yep. Kind of hoping to find this before too long. I'm starting to flag just a little bit. Let's see. I've been like everywhere, right? Let me check Briar Road one more time. Maybe I missed something here. I'm sure I got everything, but... yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anything else, like, for me to do here. Whoop. Let me see. What could it be? Okay, so prison's nothing. Legal consultancy. I suppose we should just talk, right? Today's trial. What about it? It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand. I know. Not only that, but then finding out that he is actually a barefaced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about... For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Soseki-san poisoning the tea. Careful of your phrasing, Susato-san. He didn't poison anything. There's more to this than Mr. Shamspear... There's more to this Mr. Shamspear than we yet know, I'm sure of it. Mr. Shamspear certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. What's become of him, actually? I was told that he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Oh, which one is that? Let me see. Ah, yes. It's at St. Bartholomew's, or Bart's, as Londoners call it. We know that place, don't we? Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. Aw, Jet has redeemed an ear wiggle. Allow me to make myself big. Large. There you go. There's your ear wiggle. Thank you very much for the redeem. Appreciate it, Jet. Okay, now I need to unembiggen myself. I need to go back to a normal Alistair size, which is like about here, I believe. Yes, right about there. Yeah. Save your points and punch the crown. You could do that. That's an option. Do be careful about your phrasing, Naruhodo-san. He didn't stab anyone. Perhaps we both owe Soseki-san an apology. St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. Maybe our Kazuma's wishes. Kazuma Asugi, the best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. As a stowaway? Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial. You really ought to go into law. Be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it, believe me. I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is still the cultural capital of the Lord. The Lord? The world. The city at the forefront of everything. Also, Jet, I'm very glad you like the wiggles. I too enjoy the wiggly ears. Can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Oh, no. Never mind. Huh? Our Lord and Savior, Van Zykes! Naruhodo-san? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yes, he's forever in my thoughts, too. Change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. Yes, that's right. But... Yes? I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. The thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all. Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions? Sword! I mean this. His katana. I never expected to inherit the sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Yes. Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Is Karuma supposed to be the like Japanese like Romanji pronunciation of karma? As in Von Karma? I wonder. Something you have to do. Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. What did he mean by something very important that I have to do? I'd hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet, I've not found a single clue. I see. So what's next? So, we know that Soseki-san took the tea to the victim on the night in question, but as he isn't the culprit, then obviously... Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea. If that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspeare's body? I'm sure we will find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspeare's room that will help solve the mystery. Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already, but it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think. Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar of soap. Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. Let's see. Has anything changed anywhere? It would appear not. I was hoping having that conversation would clear some things up for me, so I could, I don't know, find someone, talk to them? Let's see. Is there anything special here? Probably shouldn't poke around in here whilst Mr. Garrett is out. That's a shame. Ugh. Sorry, I don't know where this like wave of sleepiness came from. Ah, here we go, finally. Oh, Mr. Natsume is back. So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello. Lead poisoning from those crusty-ass walls or that painting on the wall? Ah, Jesus. You know, you might not be wrong. I am a cat. Sorry? I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or Herlock Sholmes. I don't know about courts or trials or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat. Mr. Naruhodo, he's trying to escape from reality. Trying to? He already has, completely. So, what is your name then? As yet, I have no name. Mr. Naruhodo, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality. Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume? There we go. Saseki has become Catboy VTuber! Catboy, 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 Catboy! I am not a cat. Oh, he's not a Catboy. Damn. It worked! He's back in the real world! What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that! It's obvious! My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate! Mr. Natsume, no! This morning's proceedings in court proved that there's hope! Yes, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent in court, in my lodgings, here, there, everywhere! What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss. Oh, yes, we must. This morning's trial. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No. Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just block those out, then today, being in that courtroom was... It was the most moving experience of my life, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea just to be deduced and are analyzing it as we speak. There's nothing wrong with that tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a solemn, sworn, Soseki certainty. Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies. And at the time, you were both completely fine. As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shamspeare then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. That rotten Shamspeare! What have I ever done to him? You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently? I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all. Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner. Let you know what, Mr. Natsume? About the soap, of course. What else? Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend? Of course I am. If I had money, I wouldn't have chosen to live an accursed existence in such accursed lodgings. Oh, yes, you said it's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you? Exactly, especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place, and it's trying to kill me. Capital offender? Might I ask, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, that the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps. So you mentioned a capital offender died in your lodgings. What's this? It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. Ah, so he knew, did he? Sorry? About this man, Selden. A convicted killer and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings. What? He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another. A miserable, mustached, much maligned Japanese man. Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. And here's the thing, if anyone here is doubting the presence of ghosts, I would like to bring games 1 through 3 of Ace Attorney into your attention. Because there was a whole lot of ghosts and ghost possession and summonings and seances and exorcisms. I was so stuck on that word for a moment. I was like, exponentials? Excommunications? Exorcisms. Man, I'm getting real tired, huh? I really should wrap up soon. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now, and at the time he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's house. What? He lived where you do now? That's right, yes. Exactly where I live now, in my very room. Oh my, your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense? But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse. What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume? It's already caused one death, a few months after the criminal passed away in prison. A man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger. He was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. Locked from the inside? Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. I never actually read that article. Do that. Alright, condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester's Strangeways prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours of the morning. He had been suffering with a fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. That's fascinating. So that's the convict's curse, is it? Yes. Well, that was the start of it. Tell me more about this curse. You have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume? The official cause of death was asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas. Gas? Gas. I only found that out after I'd signed the lease. When Mr. Garadeb came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I probably would have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal. Lucky for Mr. Garadeb, maybe. Not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. And now you believe this curse is affecting you. It is. At first. I just felt as though I was being watched. All the time. And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you? The dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. It's when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice. But why is the room so cold? It's a problem with the gas main, right? Like there's got to be like he says he feels like he's smothered. I was saying this earlier. Like it's probably his gas. Like the gas is leaking and he's getting like, you know, choked out by it, but he's waking up just in time to not die. And his room is ice cold because, you know, with a gas leak, the gas isn't going to heat his room. London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas. But that's terrible. It's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shamspeare last night when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident than can be explained by a curse, though. Whatever can be the cause of all the strange happenings happening in Mr. Garadeb's rooms? That's a great question. Let's see if he's back yet. He is. Ah, you're here now, Mr. Garadeb. Right, bally business it is for me, you know. Getting out and about. Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance? Naturally. Fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that. Not a trial to miss. Fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes. Of course, the place caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. The old haunted lodgings or some such. Ah, well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know? Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago. You were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened. Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business. I see. That teacup just disappeared into thin air. So, what brings you to my haunted abode today, eh? Oop, I didn't mean to click on that. I meant to back out. I don't care about your cakes. What I would like is to have a nice little chat with you about your lodgings, sir. The sham penis dance. Oh my god. That was a good bit. I liked that bit. Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that bally curse. The convict's curse, you mean? Ah, heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here, then the next chap in the room goes and keels over. And there was that woman who dropped dead just outside the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. Am I next, eh? Well, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you? When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shamspear, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still. Yes, well, so is that blasted convict's curse, it seems. Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why, it sounds like the lap of luxury. I'm not so sure about that. Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either. But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up here. Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things, in case there are any mishaps or such like. I think you've had your mishap already, sir. That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. Heaven forgive me, the words just came to my lips. Alright, tell me about your lodgers, then. What about them? Some fishy fellow on the East End and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? There's no need for that, Mr. Garadeb. That's right, Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy. He's undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away? Yes, that's right. I asked the real estate agent to find someone and he popped up the very same day. Never came across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually. So, how long has Mr. Shamspear been lodging under your roof? That failed actor chap? Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. I'm quite sure of it. Only 3 months. He's quite new here too, then. And to what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garadeb, if I might ask? The bills? The rent, maybe? Oh, yeah. Well, it was that Selden scoundrel, as it happens. Selden? The convict, you mean? Do Selden and Shamspear have some sort of connection, then? That convict chap, Selden, passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see? Some malady or other. Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time. Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face, the actor fellow. Really? Yes, I remember it quite distinctly.
'Tis small, this world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspeare, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor, offered erewhile for rent.
Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that won't be possible. Already have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor room is vacant, though.
Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee.
Those curls must be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor is taken. It's ground floor or nothing.
Very well, we have an accord.
Glad to hear it. Welcome to Briar Road.
Lo, a Shamspeare dance to celebrate.
Alright, this time I'll do it properly. Alright, Shamspeare dance.
When I was a little lad,
Hang on, no. Oh, shit! Oh, no! I clicked off of it! I wanted to mute the audio! No! Oh! Fuck. Damn it.
if I wanted berries and cream, Mummy made me do the little lad dance. Now Mummy's gone. But I still like to do the little lad dance, and you might too. You just run in place. Nice when it all goes together.
No, that's just I don't want the fucking how-to, goddammit. Just give me the berries and cream.
Starburst, did you just say?
Berries and
Berries. Berries and what else?
cream.
Berries and cream! Oh, hurrah! Berries and cream, berries and cream. I'm a little lad who loves berries and cream. Berries and cream, berries and cream. Oh, I'm a little lad who loves berries and cream.
Okay, there you go. I fucked it up something awful, but there you go. God damn it. I'm so upset. I fucked it up so bad. God damn it. I just wanted to click on the window and fucking like mute the goddamn music so we could hear the berries and cream, berries and cream. And I couldn't even do that right. This is the kind of content you're here for. This is what some of you pay me for. Are you sure about that? Have you not made some grave error? I think you may have. Hang on. Let me check something real quick. Let me just where was the last autosave? Over 5 minutes ago. I'm not clicking through 5 minutes of dialogue. I'm sorry. From what I heard in court today, sounds like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in arrears with the rent too. Yes, the fellow was a bolly player, all right. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garadeb. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. What's happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines, then? Now, I do have something to present to you, don't I? This photo, as a matter of fact. Mr. Garadeb, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Look at this photograph! Every time it makes me laugh. Is that your son who's with you there? No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. Duncan Ross. Street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot. Just for kicks, really. Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume? Yes, that's right. Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little bit more about him? Oh, here we go. Let's get some more info, baby. Yes, Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school. Had to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor about a year ago. After that, Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. A history of cheap rent, maybe, yes. Yes, well, anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers are up to at the time. So, sadly, I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. Smell of gas that alerted me, it was. Ah, yes, synonymous with the smell of death. I called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. But once we got inside, we all bully collapsed. Because of the gas. Yes, room was full of it. No air at all. Stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. So Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. But even after you had all that work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. That the stove goes out at night whilst he's asleep in bed. Well, that's the bully curse! The convict's curse! I've done my duty as a landlord now. Someone's feeling defensive. Ah, that reminds me, actually. Yes? About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady. A love letter, you mean? To Miss Green, I think, right? Yes, where did I put it now? Ah, here it is. Left it on my desk. If you'll excuse me. Let me see now, what does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? My dear Mr. Sato, that is precisely why I prefaced my reading with, if you'll excuse me. I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes, no. Sadly, he didn't address it, though, so I have no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. I see. So that's gonna play on my mind. But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave well alone. Yes, I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Mr. Sholmes, please! I've already had to chastise you about this once. My undying love to you, my colorful darling, Olive Green. Ah! Olive Green! That's right, there was a picture of him in her hospital room. The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside this house 5 days ago. The victim of the last case Soseki-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence? Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean? Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Miss Susato. Oh, Christ, Sholmes. Alright, so I think now we go back to the hospital, yeah? Mr. Naruhodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last. This is good news, but hopefully just before she leaves... Ah! What is it? Miss Green! What were you drinking? What were you just trying to drink there? What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back. One moment. I'll be with you in a jiffy. Oh, hello everyone. What are you all doing here? Doctor has said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing, really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor's prescribed for me, that's all. Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you, if that's all right. I don't really have anything else to tell you. All right, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can't coax something out of her. All right, hang on a moment. Is this really medicine? I don't know that this seems like medicine to me. This is the bottle that Miss Green was just about to drink from when we arrived. Yes, she looked rather preoccupied, didn't she? Perhaps it's very bitter. I can't stand bitter medicine. I suppose that could be it. In fact, whenever a doctor prescribes me medicine for a number of days, I always take it all at once. Oh no! Well, if you have to take something you don't like, it's best to get it all out of the way in one go, isn't it? Oh dear. I thought it was Miss Green I should be worrying about at the moment. Yeah, maybe don't do that. This is the card that Miss Green was looking at so intently before, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, we shouldn't be peeking at a young woman's private effects. Right, I should save peeking for gentlemen's effects only. You mustn't do that either. And maybe you, Mr. Sato, shouldn't be peeking into a young man's mind either, Susato really is like a progenitor of the Fae clan, isn't she? Just straight up fucking psychic. So I have this sinking feeling that bottle's not medicine, and that it might in fact be art supplies, like perhaps paint thinner. And the card might be a picture of her deceased boyfriend. Hospital discharge. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. Oh, yes, I mean, thank you. Most people are better. The hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat. She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. Well, I would very much like you to take a look at this. Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Oh no, I'm so sorry. A bottle of medicine fell down when she did. Oh, Miss Green, are you all right? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that. No, it's all right. I just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at art school. That's where I met Duncan. A year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved. Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room, to save money for the wedding. And that's what led to him, and that's what led him to Mr. Garadeb's. Yes, he told me he'd found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened. I'm so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green. She looks desperately sad. I was starting to think that's just her look. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon. Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruhodo! Surely you were not about to leave. That's quite out of the question. What? Mr. Sholmes, I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows as always. Well, The rat. The rat, no! 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 Not the rat! Why? He was so young. We all loved him. How could this have happened? The poor rat. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, what's this about? Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Sato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? There is a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening with nothing but careful observation. Alright? All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look, and you cannot fail to see. You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can. I think it's the dead rat. No, shut up, Celexa. Not a rat. I'm not a rat. I'm not a rat. Not a rat. Not a rat. Not a rat. That mouse seems to be dead. Look. I didn't notice it there before, did you? I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived. You don't think... Ah, I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before has spilt out onto the floor, and the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. Ah! I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Don't worry. I will attend to the mouse presently. Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life? Ah! Once we'd left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison. No! Miss Green, please. Please talk to us. It definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere. Yes, may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it. "10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course. Perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green. Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight's been lifted. Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine?" Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking. It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains. I'm afraid I don't really know, but I thought if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things. Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison. Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. And, To anyone in chat wondering why a hospital would have poison on its shelves, please understand the difference between medicine and poison is dosage. Like even things that are inherently poisonous can be used in medical practices to some effect. It all depends on the dosage and sometimes whether it's mixed with something else. Oh no. Oh, it's all my fault. What have I done? I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection? No, none. Tell me about the card now. Neither the sender's name or address appear to be written on the envelope or the card. It arrived yesterday at my home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute. The 17th of this month? That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road. And 5 p.m. is precisely the time when the incident occurred. The Slug and Salad, yes. A pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road. Being the street that Mr. Garredeb's house is on. Does this mean that? Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day when I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Goodness. So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day. I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. Yeah, you're right. A lot of medical things are very deadly. You have to be very careful with things. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything. Yes, I'm very sorry to have dragged up such painful memories for you. No, it's fine. Miss Green. Please, promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. Besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. It might sound a little conceited, but, well, that's how all this has made me feel. Oh. Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yes, it's late. And, Mr. Naruhodo, did you discover anything that may be of use to you in the court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shamspear, Mr. Garredeb's lodgings, the convict, Selden. There are many facets to this case, and we're yet to see to the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling, anyway. I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis. Into Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean? Yes. Will they have found strychnine in it, or not? Well, I fear either way, it will be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper. Oh dear. Yes, Baruch von Zykes. But I wish you every success, of course. And though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial. Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come? Indeed. Whatever happens, I shall be there, assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, down the back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Soseki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here. And so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn. For all of us. Promises of waking up early? Yeah, I don't quite believe him either. I wouldn't believe it out of me, personally. Like, if I said, oh yeah, I'll wake up early to help you out, I wouldn't believe me. Don't believe me about that, alright? Alright, well. With that, then. We have completed the investigation portion and the first trial portion for this case. And I believe next time, the next trial portion, we'll be wrapping it up. So thank y'all so much for joining me. We're gonna wrap up. Excuse me. Oh God. We're gonna be wrapping up now. So thank y'all. As usual, I always appreciate everybody who comes out here, whether you chat or you lurk. New faces or old, I love each and every one of you. So let's see. Let me do my little spiel here. If you're new around here and you haven't yet, feel free to drop a follow so you can come back and catch the next episode of The Great Ace Attorney. Slex was kind enough to post the Discord link. You can join us at the Discord. We got a nice little community. We hang out there. You can see some real cursed art, some cursed jokes. We have fun. We have fun. We burn the server to the ground every now and then, but we have fun. And I'm sure I'll be doing a movie night sometime soon. Yeah, I think I have an idea of when I'll be doing the next movie night, as a matter of fact. A loose idea, but an idea. And we will be showing Heathers at the very least. The movie at the very least. And if I can find one, if I can find a decent recording of the musical, I really want to show that. I really want to show the musical. I love the musical so much. The songs are so good. Let's see. What do we have going on here tonight? Who's up? Who's around? Let's see. Aside from that, let's see. What else? What else is the part of my spiel? I forget this every time. I should really write down a script or something and practice it. But other socials are down below. We've got 2 YouTube channels. One is the VOD archive, and one is the highlights channel. The Twitter link is down there as well, so you can follow me on Twitter and listen to me talk about nonsense that you don't care about. And remember that the best way to support small creators like myself, if you could share my content with anyone who you think might enjoy it, that would go a very long way for me. I struggle a lot with exposure and trying to bring new people in, because God knows I don't understand social media. I don't know how to play the algorithm. I have no clue. Go shoe thieves! Oh yeah, you get to. Thankfully, you won't have to worry about Blaseball too much for a while. You know, they're still doing short circuits, which is they're doing kind of little test games every 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, I think. So the next short circuits should be coming up fairly soon. It'll be interesting. I'm interested to see where things are going. Anyway, I think tonight I'm gonna send y'all off to someone real nice and chill, or. I'm between 2 people right now. I'll be real. I'm between 2 people. I think I'm going to go with the person I actually don't get to... Well, actually, I rated him fairly recently, didn't I? I rated them both pretty recently. All right, I'm going to... You know what? I've already got this typed out. We're rating Hootie. No, the Shoe Thieves are a Blaseball team. If you're curious about Blaseball, I encourage you to check the VOD channel, because I've put up 2 different full streams of me deep diving into Blaseball and explaining all of the lore and the stuff that has happened and how it works. So if you're at all curious about Blaseball, that's a great place to start. It is, I think, a total of 5 to 6 hours of content though, so have fun with that. Aside from that, yeah, the next stream will be tomorrow. We will be playing Inscription, and hopefully we'll be able to finish it up. I'm really hoping to finish that, get it all wrapped up nice and neat before, well, a little spoiler for next week. Next week's gonna be cut a little bit short because I'm going on vacation starting Friday. By which I mean I am diving into Endwalker, and you will not see me until I have finished it. Anyway, yeah, you two are already in Hootie's chat. Makes sense. Anyway, take care, y'all, and I'll see you tomorrow for Inscription. Take care, everyone. Peace.